right, all right, all right. All right, so a few more boxes to check with this avatar. We left off with our claws working. Did we get those working? Oh man, I can't remember actually. But I think I remember we did get the fix. So it should be good. Let's just refresh the on. So go to preferences. Happen. Go here. Yeah. So right now, I believe the mesh is not shape keying properly for a few of these things. Yeah, so we can see this side's working, this side is not. So I think we fixed that. The fix was the order in which we apply things for some of our objects that are not at the origin that we're combining into the final version. It needs to be, the shape keys need to be created, then we apply the location, then we apply the mirror. Then we put the shape key back as an attribute, do all the other stuff. Is that right? Pretty sure that's right. It's something like that. That is the solution, but I might have to double check that. Okay. In fact, we can check right now. Still busted. Beautiful. Okay. So single user attribute to shape key, apply the location, shape key to attribute, apply modifiers. Okay, let's draw this out. So we have our object. say this is X. Wow. Yeah. So we have X. The object is offset, so the object is over here. And it's mirrored, but the origin is in the center of the object, wherever it is. So the shape key, it's a little odd in this space. So our flow is to do a single user, we do attribute to shape key. Yeah, the important part is the single user. Single user, attribute to shape key, apply location. And you know what, we can actually just test this. Let's just test these order of operations. So we'll go back here, we'll go to the low poly. We'll take one of these claws. And what we'll do is duplicate it. Isolate it. So what we do is we make it a single user, boom, on the object data. So it's by itself. We turn the attribute into a shape key. So attribute to shape key, boom. So now when we do it, should see a nice extension. We do. Then we apply the location. Still see that nice extension. Save. And we convert that key back to a attribute, because otherwise we won't be able to do this. See, modifier cannot be applied to a mesh with shape keys. So can't do that here. So we can go back to the scripting. We convert the attribute to shape key, and then convert to attributes. Bada, boom. Okay. Then we just go one at a time applying these. We apply that one. Actually, don't want to apply the triangulate here. Nor the displace, and then we apply the mirror. Okay. Here's the issue. Here's the rub. Okay, I see the issue now. When we convert it back, it's still broken because the values here for where these need to go are still the same. They don't mirror. Ideally, it would be going this way, but it's actually also going the exact same way to the right in this case. And that is a big problem because we don't want that. Okay. Why does it work on the other object? Hello, Arctic. Does it work on the other object? Because we're using a geometry node to apply that shape key. That's it right there. Okay. So what we need is in our stack of modifiers. Let me delete this. Before the mirror, I swear I did this last time, but it didn't quite work. But we would need another. But good morning, Arctic. Hope you're having a good one. Welcome, welcome. The other one that would be flip vector attribute, or let's just say multiply vector attribute with vector. And every time I do this, let's save, I actually should do that in my main. It's a little bit simpler. I'll just delete that. I'll add a text so I can tell it what it is, which is multiply vector attribute with vector. Okay. And that's exactly what we're going to add, a GeoNode. This. Save. Back to GeoNodes here. So we're not going to see anything here that's different, but what we will do is store that named attribute. And we take that name, we search for it from named attribute, should be a vector, and then we multiply it by another vector, which will default to ones, so it's the same, so there's no change. Default level. Okay, and then that vector is what we store in the same name. Bam. Very simple. Okay. So we'll search that in our big old node group. Go down to M. Multiply vector attribute with vector, mark as asset, save. Let's return to Dragon. It's so much more useful to work with nodes like modifiers instead of like a big node tree. We'll multiply okay, put that right here. Ah. That's useful. We need one variant of that, but I'm going to go to the restroom real quick. I'll be right back. Hey there, Snardum. I'm back. Had to go to the restroom real quick. Hello, welcome. All right, so we actually need one variant of the object we just made, which is multiply vector attribute with vector across so that'll be our variant here. And so what do we do here? We just want to make sure that this only happens if the position of x is greater than 0. That's it. It's greater than 0. It works. That paint masterpiece caught my eye. Where was that? Some cat face or something. Oh, yeah, I was doodling some notes for myself, and it was a little rough. Sketching quick. All right, so multiply vector attribute with vector across x-axis only if it would be less than 0 or less than 0 or greater than. And we'll just add a switch for bools. So if we are flipping it, it's this one. And then we just want input. Nice switch right there. Beautiful. Call that flip. That actually switches totally fine. Right, and before we exit that, we go here. We go to our nodes, we scroll down, and we set this one to an asset. So we can return to Silver Dragon, and take this, drop it here, remove the other one, put it over here, and the name of this attribute will be sk key 1. We'll duplicate this, isolate the duplicate because we just want to work with this. So, as I understand the order of things to get the shape key properly flipping is we duplicate it. So it's up here, floating. We convert our shape key attribute to other way. We convert the attribute to a shape key. Boom. So now it is an active shape key. You can see it right there. It looks good in the mirror. And then we set the origin. Boom. And what is that again? Control A, apply all transforms. That might be something we want to confirm that we're using the right change origin operation, because it should be apply all transforms. Where's my sketchbook? One second. So we first do attribute to shape key, first step, then apply transforms. Then we apply the transform, we get the mirror mod. So that's the important part. We have to apply the transform while the shape key exists. So really the only change might need to be ensure after single user shape key to attributes. Oh yeah, see, after single user, apply transform. So then sk to attribute. My notes look messy. All right, boom, boom, boom. Yes. So we go back here. Running this again. I hate that. So now it's there. Then we apply set weight. I don't need this, I don't need that. We apply this one. Then we apply the mirror. Then we convert it back again. Boom. Did it work? No. Okay. Why not? So the issue, actually, let me back up 2 steps, get that modifier back up. Okay. Didn't actually put in the name. That would have helped. Then we do it again. Boom. Wait. I must have undone here. Keep switching between all my tabs. Why? Oh, right. This vector needs to be changed to -1 there. Y. Switch the, yeah, so that did flip. Boom, boom. Save that one. Did I run it? No. Do you happen to, oh, hey there. Do you happen to know if we can easily export a list of add-ons from an older version slash other installed version of Blender, like a package.json or something to install elsewhere? Interesting. I know you can import the settings when you open a new Blender, so it must be in the blend file data somewhere. It must already exist. Um, yeah, I'm not sure though. I haven't, I don't think, as far as I know, I don't think there's like a list that's ready to go. I fucked up again. No, we didn't. That was the right name. SK key 1. -1. Let's just review the logic of this. So it compares, gets the attribute, multiplies that vector, and then stores it, but only for the ones that are less than 0 on the x-axis. And that's from position, the position of a 0 transform mesh. Oh, duh. Stupid. There we go. Do this every time. Yeah. Oh, it's working now. It's working now. Okay. Perfect. All right. That is very good news. Very good news indeed. All right. This might just work right out the gate, but I think about this really quick. Yeah, okay, let me go back here. I think I figured out if an object is not zeroed out, zero location, and it has a mirror mod, it must make, let's actually just say this. If an object is not zeroed out, we must make it single user, convert attribute, to shape key, apply location, shape key to attribute. Yeah, that is correct. Okay, that's correct. It's actually not any different. From our prior alteration, please ensure that the mirror mod is not in active condition. Actually, yeah. From our prior alteration, please ensure that all objects are made single user. Just copy that list from earlier. Single user. From prior alteration, please ensure that all objects are made single user for attribute to shape key. Apply location, shape key to attribute, apply mods, then combine. No need for conditions on this step, this process. We will need it for all objects. Right now, with my bald head, I look like that guy, a Master of Disguise guy. At least the character. Turtle. Wait for that to load. Been trying out the new GPT-5 at All Stardom. Also, I want to show off my other little project I was working on earlier. Been experimenting with making some fun scenes really quick. Which I kind of want to. Even right here, it's probably a little bit closed in. Little diorama. Nope, I've not tried it. Been setting up my own little GPT for development, though. Just a basic GPT. Mostly use the free stuff around, but those 3D depth maps look nice. Thank you. Yeah, I was thinking of doing like some more narrative. Oh, it's good on my end. Oh, I did die. Oh, it is? Oh. Okay. did just click the stop streaming button, so if it's good again, we're good. But it might die again because I clicked it. Yeah, I'm having a lot of fun with some of the image generation stuff. I think there'll be just some good opportunities to explore some more narrative projects. So excited by that. Actually, I guess if it's just the edge, it's totally fine. All right, enough of that one. What was I working on? Cursor. Sequence correct for mirrored shapes. Updated the pipeline to always run for every duplicated object. Make mesh data single user. Attributes to shape keys. Apply location shape keys to attributes. Apply modifiers. For attributes. Okay. That should work a little bit nicer. There's not some odd condition in there that may or may not work all the time. Okay. Now we just need to reinstall. I found I don't know if this direction you're wanting to go, but there's a cool site called Think Diffusion. Think Diffusion. I'll just type that in chat, and you can just pay for. Oh, I think it's two S's. GPU time. So it's just like $1 an hour, which is obviously would be expensive if you're using it all the time, but not too expensive. I really prefer the pay for usage instead of the subscription model. That will definitely. I really hope that's a new trend. But it's pretty cool. They got tons of like the recent models up. You can install your own models and stuff, and it's all cloud hosted. So I don't know if that's something you're interested in, but I've been getting some good usage out of it. Especially because then it's like 2 cents for an upscale. You know, you only pay for what you use as long as you turn the session off. I'd like to see how far I can push my home setup first. I did just pay a year's worth of rent for it. Fair enough. Bam. Okay, so I should. Oh, actually, let's change the name of that attribute or do anything else. Claw and extend. Should be the same attribute for all of them. Copy and paste. Go to the mirror. It should be like this. I have not yet managed to fill up more than 50% of my GPU VRAM with the small GPT models I've been building. Source material around 10 to 20K lines of text raw training material. Dang. That's pretty cool. Interesting. Hello, Wendy. Welcome. All right, this should work now. Let's make a backup copy. We'll call this attribute mirroring fixed. Save. Yes, because it shouldn't be any different for the ones we already have. This is only an additional operation. All right. Here we go. Ooh. All right, and didn't quite work. Didn't quite work. Interesting. But they mirrored properly. So that's a good sign. Some level. Make sure there are duplicates floating around. No, it does not appear to be the case. Good, okay. So let's think about why the teeth broke. So they would get duplicated. Hmm. Hmm. It's because we apply the location, which is annoying. Would it still work without applying the location? It should, actually. Turn the attribute into a shape key. No, not quite. This stuff's so finicky. To make it a single user, Apply transforms, shape keyed attributes. Walks through the rest just fine. Applies modifiers right after that, but it's the change and transform that's the main issue. When we save the shape keys beforehand, because if we don't apply the transform, then the shape keys are in local space. They are incorrect. They are broken. Hmm. There's two symptoms we're seeing. First is that apply location or transforms messes with modifier order. Okay, that seems clear. So apply transforms messes with mod order. That makes sense. The then the other thing is the shape keys enabled when getting applied. And let's just ask. Some of the objects are getting merged with their shape key with forms applied. So. Load in, load in, load in, load in, load in, load in. Hopefully that works. So this should solve at least one issue. Actually, the teeth are super easy to fix. Yeah. Bit of a workaround. Not necessarily ideal in reference, but that's okay. Looks good. Let's see. So the teeth should still be messed up after this, but the randomness for shape keys getting applied should be fixed. Save. Run. Loading. Still brokey. What the fuck? It's so funny that it's every other. Why would it be just like every other one? Also appears to be missing there. Let's take a look. That's all. This will help. Boom, boom. Get that out there. Ow. My shoulder got crunchy. Just drop. Attribute shade cube conversion was holding RNA references to attributes that are later removed. Right? That sounds like a reasonable thing. But are you lying to me, little bot? Lie to me. All right. Let's see. It's definitely thinking, so that's a good sign. Shoot me now. At least we're not getting left with a bunch of random objects in the scene. That's good. That means we're still getting the same errors, aren't we? Found disk attribute to convert. Create a basis shape key. Struct RNA of type blah blah blah. So we're still getting the same error. Let's switch it to switch to O3. Try to test this a little faster. Really got to start getting this object or this add-on packaged up to sell because I find it useful, but spending so much time working on it that I would prefer to be making money off of it. Still the same issue. Interestingly, not all of the objects are having their shape be applied. Geo. So it goes through all the objects, it sets them. Is there any point in our script where we are applying shape keys? Does that even happen? Getting distracted by all the cool options to build tools, I guess. At least that's how it usually goes for me without finishing the thing. I just had the perfect tool. Then I could actually get around to making stuff. Hmm. Mission got big because we were converting attributes to shape keys on each source object before the join. When Blender joins meshes, only the active object's shape keys are retained. Non-active objects' shape keys are applied, and their geometries merge. Is that true? Sound true to me. I think you're lying to me. We'll give it a shot. Must be a faster way to do this. Some other aspect. Information got big because we're converting attribute shapes from each source object. Merged. Doesn't seem right. Let's say I had two claws. And we join them Okay, I see the issue. The issue is simply that attributes don't join nicely. You can't join attributes together very nicely. Each of these on their own have a nice shape key attribute. But the moment we combine them, the attributes, it seems to lose some data. So what we would need to do is actually convert the attribute to a shape key on both objects, combine. Okay. So the issue appears to be attribute data. When we join objects, the sk underscore data. Let me just confirm that actually. So if we go here, let's take both of them again, duplicate them over here. So now we have two sets of them. So these all should be single users. If I combine these and convert, it's broken. But if I simply just convert, it works fine. So it's only, okay, good. So that confirms my hypothesis. My hypothesis. Um, okay. Yeah. So the issue appears to be attribute data. When we join objects, the SK data gets corrupted. I think the attributes will need to be shape keys for both objects, for joining. The issue appears to be attribute data. When we join objects, the SK data gets corrupted. I think the attribute will need to be shape keys for both objects when joining. That's my guess. Loading. For the join, we gather the union of all that should be right. Also create shape key to attribute to shape key buttons below the Okay, we're just chilling. All right. What else can we do while that's waiting? Loading. While we're waiting. I mean, so much of it depends on shape keys. We really are just chilling at the moment. I guess what we could do is go into the Dragon Painter, do a little bit of painting. Okay, let's see how this goes. And does this auto reload work? That'd be so cool. If it worked, we would see. I guess it didn't work. Let me guess, it's not in the menu anymore. Oh, it's still in the menu. Okay. But I don't see any buttons. So, uninstall. Install. All right, still useful. See how we're doing now. So this should work because now the attribute data is not getting corrupted while we find objects. No change. Okay. Still the same issue. Attempting to apply modifier, multiply vector with attribute, blah, 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 blah. Building list of attributes to convert. It is just so funny that it works sometimes. So it must be the context switching. Does the operator attribute convert? Why not just ensure correct? Here, not here again, pulled away for errands. Hope your day is going well. Thank you. Right now, it's a lot of scripting that I did not expect, but that's just how it's going right now. Should be done soon. Hmm. Why does it want to do that? I'm not asking it to do that. So in fact, I'm going to say we want to use context switching. Okay. Teeth are busted. Busted. Ugh, everything's so slow. Before join, union all SK attributes. For any object missing an attribute, create a zero vector attribute so every mesh has identical layers. Join happens when all objects only have attributes. After join, convert the merged objects into shape. Hmm. It's getting really annoying. Must be the context switching, still getting the shape keys applied to the mesh. Ensure it's in the correct context. We want to use context switching. Debug. Ba, ba, ba. Review the context switching for our workflow, for our process. Identify why it is there. Load in. Implement. I'm gonna grab a snack. I'll be back. All right, this should work. Maybe. Probably not. Hmm. Hmm. All right. Let's revert. my identify UI panels. Did a build and test of my world, waiting for hacking ages. Then I noticed the number of clients was set to 0. Relatable. The curse. Loading. Loading, loading, loading. Loading. Okay, what the fuck? Hmm. They're still getting applied. Huh. Want to come say hi? Can you back off? She's so intent on chewing on my chin. It's not allowed. Can you cut it out? Oh, wow, this is a slow dev day. I don't know why it's struggling. Oh, I just had to click it, I guess. Okay, so something is really freaking weird. Oh, it's because there's like a bajillion. So, gotcha. The more I fuck up my exports, the more I love prefabs. Good. Prefabs are super useful. Prefab variants also super fun. Really, I really love prefab variants. Interesting. So I guess the air is not coming from where I thought. Oh Lord. Hey, be careful. It might just be all the duplicates we're seeing right now. So let's just take it slow. Delete all the odd duplicates. Hi, Pixie girl. What you doing? You're staring at me? Stop, stop. Why do they all say phone? Now that's interesting. Someone mentioned that the archway thresholds would send them flying, so I've been busy smoothing them out by making custom mesh colliders. Interesting. Yeah, what? It's actually just hitting me. What are you doing, huh? Oh, okay. What is going on? Really weird shit happening with my objects here. Please don't tell me I have like a bajillion teeth. Interesting. Oh shit, it might have been fixed. It was just these. That's got moved somehow. Might as well just load the copy at this point. That'll keep me a little more sane. That was getting ridiculous. Somehow they all got flipped. Woke up to a long bug report with pictures. I can't tell if I'd enjoy that or dislike. Praying that this fucking works this time. right, they're all garbage now. See a bunch of duplicates, so that's a good sign. Just see if it's just because it's single user. Or sorry, because they're instanced. Because I don't think I've used instanced objects before with I should have. We save as on the main one. Yeah. Okay. User and save. Okay. Now, please work. Hmm. What if the attribute data is stored per object? It's not actually stored on the object data. If that was the case, then the clause earlier, this one has the attribute, but both convertible? That one converts. How about this one? Okay, never mind. There's no extra ones. We have, these are all single users now. Okay, so it doesn't have anything to do with them being instanced. Oh, am I really going to jump back into it? I don't understand. It should work. B. Hmm. It's not the issue. Sure, user. Transform. Okay. Here's what we're going to take a look at. Is the original script and works properly? Heading off now. Have a nice rest of your day. Same to you, Arctic. Enjoy your day. Enjoy your weekend. See you later. Bye. Might just be the only random stuff I saw. Scale of 0.9-ish on the toes, so it's still scaled. So I might apply it in scripts nodes again. Just be shouting random things from the sidelines per usual. The offset shouldn't matter too much. There's just something about attribute data that is not working properly. So I think I might be converting it incorrectly, something like that. Because what I noticed that's really weird is when you combine objects, if they have attribute data, not shape key attributes, just like GeoNode attributes, when you combine them, like they should work. But for some reason it's not working in my script here. It should just be like, oh, we have the same name, we have the same name, I have these values, you have those values, we'll combine. Combine as in join meshes. Yes. Yes. New version aborts if no mesh or matching attributes. Original assumes both exist. And then what's also odd is like they all have the attributes that are ready to convert, all the toes, but clearly not all of them are getting it. Ah, okay, right. Um, I made, okay, this may not be the script at all, is instead the geometry node I added. Which only works if the origin is applied properly. We could get that to work. That is possible to actually fix that because we can just cover the original matrices for the world matrices. Nothing useful to add, so I shall get some food instead of distracting you. Catch you later. Sounds good, Snartup. Enjoy your day. I'll be around for a little bit longer. Another 3 hours or so. We'll have this wrapped up by then. But if I don't catch you later, enjoy your weekend. Thank you. This time we're missing attribute. This is so fucking weird. Why is going on? Okay. No duplicates. It's actually low. We still have the attribute, so I don't understand what is getting lost here. It's like this shape key doesn't even exist at this point. And if I attribute to shape key, but if I convert it, the data is there. We can convert it back, get our attribute again, vertex vector. Hmm. Ah. I swear at some point it said a float vector. Core math is the same base versus deformed offset right to float vector sk attribute. Excuse me. Vector. Vector point. What do you mean by float vector? Shouldn't the data be in vector point format? Should be. Um, it is a vector. It's a float vector, not an int vector. Okay. There's just nothing obvious in the solutions here. I think what we want is a condition. Shape keys merge fine. Attributes are breaking. And that has to be what it is. A gigantic pain in the batoot. At least my other shape keys are still working properly. So the issue comes from, I just need to restate it a million times so I really get it. The issue comes from objects that are not at 0. So if the object is not at 0, not at origin, then we have some issues. So I think like cute. Comes from them being offset. But then it's also it just has to be that these attributes are breaking completely when they're getting joined. So the join method corrupts attribute data in how we're using it right now. Now that I don't think was the case in the past. So that must be a bug. Let me look that up. Find Blender 4.5 bug issues related to attribute data and object join. Blender 4.5, some reported bug issues, no problem generated texture coordinates, no. No. Blender's join operation merges. Okay, so it's not a bug. Find the Blender 4.5 documentation for the join. Misspelled a few things there, but that's okay. That's what I want. So, join merges. That's just that. I want the what is it? It's the yeah, the manual. I don't want the manual, but the developer one. Still the manual. Same thing. Break down the order of operations for objects as a merge script. Update gather objects from collections for each object, duplicate it, convert shape keys to attributes. Maybe that's what I need to do. Apply modifiers top to bottom. Okay. All objects processed, yes. Clear host objects mesh data. Join all processed host object or attributes back to shape key. Here, so this is where it happens. And it doesn't matter, and that's why I'm having issues, because it doesn't matter which spot I fix it at. If the attributes are breaking when they're getting joined, then it actually doesn't matter what I do. It will just always break in its current form. What we would need to do is, okay, before, because nothing's merged here, everything's duplicated. We clear the host object, join all process duplicates into host object. Before step 5, so clear host objects mesh data, we want to okay, so we want to move to 6 to 3. Let's move step 6 into the object processing loop. Convert attributes, shape keys, for object instead of doing it once they are combined. Should work. I don't know, can you all see the background there? She's right in here. Let's see, can I block the sun? Enough of the sun? I think she's she's in this sunbeam right there. She's enjoying it, that's for sure. Oh. Version into the object processing loop. This will ensure the attributes are converted shape keys to object merge. First update the combine selected objects function to include the shape key conversion. Now remove the shape key conversion and remove the original call. This will prevent the script from attempting to convert the shape keys twice. Okay. I think Gemini is my model. I'm tired of Claude is useless in my opinion. I feel like it just falls apart so consistently. O3 is pretty good, but Gemini's only issue is that it sucks at syntax issues. It can get really, really stuck on syntax problems. Okay. What's it doing? So we made the change. Now let's convert this to a zip one more time. All right, save this, edit, preferences, rapid, uninstall, install from disk, boom, save, just reopen real quick. Now let's recompile. I think this should work. All right, all right, all right. It's better. There's still issues with it, but this is actually the. So that was what's so tough about this problem. It was actually two problems. But now I think I've got both of them. Hopefully. Okay, good stuff. For some reason it does not like the pose shape key. Not sure why that is, but always starts hating it after a while. Okay, I'll turn it on. 6. Now that we've done that, we can convert it back to an attribute. And then object, link them, and then make them single users. Right. Now, that should work. And we should make recovering that possible. All right. So the next issue, so we solved one issue, which is making sure that the attributes are not joined directly, because that causes major issues. The second issue we're having, and this is our current one now, is the same one we identified at the very beginning. That shape keys on one side point the right way, but the wrong way on the other side. So there, our directions for the shape keys are flipped. And you can see that pretty much exactly with this one, because these ones scale up while these ones flatten. So we know that that's what's happening. Now, on our body, what we would want to do, excuse me, pretty much what we were doing before. It might work just to drag and drop. So let's give that a shot. So mirror across x-axis. This one here. So we'll multiply this vector by -1. And what's the attribute? It is sk foot claw extend on this side. So we'll save that and see what happens here. Okay, difference on both of them. Okay, and the issue is that how is it calculating the x-axis? It's doing it based off the origin of the object. So it's not recognizing the center, which is interesting. But that gives us a pretty big clue on how we can solve this. So let's go back to our GeoNode master, our geometry node. So basically, we flip this vector without any respect to the actual world origin. So what we need to include is the self object and its information. Object. Now this is tricky because I'm not exactly comfortable with it's not getting logged because it's not getting used. So I'm just gonna play around with it for a second. Okay, so we want the original because that gives us the actual offset, rotation, and scale. Okay, relative to the world. So this vector that we have is in this transform right here. So that's our transform for local transform. So I don't understand how I properly do that. That is definitely a big question in my head. In order to have this little matrix, zoop, zoop, little grid, move it, the original one. So we want to translate it to original values. I think all we would really have to do is change this vector here, the position, because the position is not adapted to our matrix. So do we just subtract them? No, because this is a vector, position vector. Okay, let's ask. I have a position attribute that is inside a local matrix. This matrix exists within okay, actually it's better. I have two objects in Blender. Or I have an object in Blender using GeoNodes. How do I determine the actual position of a vertex relative to the global, the world coordinates? Grab position, it's local, convert it to world space. Take the position, object self, transform vector. To world space. Yes, I want to know how to do that conversion. Yeah, that's terrible. Plunder, geomed, position, position. Join. No, 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 no. Just add it. That's if it hasn't been scaled or rotated. Hello, Wendy. Welcome back home. Okay, so it's an add. It's really not that bad. Okay, so it should be something like this. Should have the object info. So we get self object for the scale. We would multiply. Then add. No. There's a certain order to this. There's a scale it, rotate it, scale it. So rotate vector. Take the vector and we take our rotation. Then we scale it by multiplying. Then we add. Yes. And that should be pretty sure that's the, oh boy. Okay. What would we call this? World position? Like that. World position. And we just output this. Or like true position. World coordinates. Maybe that's not exactly it. Oh, I hate. I'm so tired of working on this stuff. Okay. So we have the current position in local space. So we rotate it. Multiply. I think we actually have to go the opposite direction. What we've done is actually further rotated it. Because the object's already rotated, and we're taking that position and we're rotating it again. I'm not sure how to do that. Blender GeoNode true transform, true position. Invert. Yeah, this is actually, this is correct actually. Yeah. Just didn't understand it at first. So, take the location. This onto my other screen. Location, scale. And we rotate this vector. Euler style. With the rotation, we rotate it. Like double inverting here. I don't know if we need to do that, but then we divide. Of course, it wants to pick just standard math divide. I don't know why it defaults to just standard math every time. Okay, and then we subtract. Yeah, just like they have true normal. Got a little whistle there. True normal. They should have a true position. That would be nice. Local position and true position. Okay. See, this file caused subs to crash today. Viewport is already struggling to keep up. Means you're doing good things. Okay, this will be interesting. All right. Fingers crossed. That did nothing. I mean, they are symmetrical now. I guess the comparison doesn't quite make sense. So I'm saying less than 0. But that doesn't make sense. 0 is such a relative, is still a relative position. It's not the world 0, it's just whatever. So think what we actually need to include here as well is what we'll call the object vector offset direction vector, world vector, something like that. Then we just want to separate that and get this value. Sounds right. Do, 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 do. I was right in thinking that I need to invert it. Hoping. Oh, you know what? There's a really easy way to test that. So let's go back here. Make a cube. New. Do. Set position. We'll use our world position. Join the geometry. Okay, so that's actually really good. That was better than I expected. So we can see that we are offsetting it almost exactly, except for the rotation. So that's the only thing that's not working correctly. Orientation isn't loading. Not too comfortable doing art for artists who can communicate without too much trouble. So much back and forth. Yay! Communicate what they want. I relate to that. I can only publicly relate so much. I don't want to offend anyone, but I find myself in a very similar space very often. If we took the location and multiplied it by the scale, that would be the center. Oh no, we just be able to subtract it. It would just be, yeah, it would just be location, subtract. Oh, so close. Maybe just location. Man, it feels so close. Hi. Wait, that is right. Your stinky butt out of here. That actually looks right. Stop. Stop it. You bad baby. You bad baby. Okay, so that means we're doing good. We've got a way to totally recover our object. At least the first step to it. So, can you stop? Which actually would allow me to create a better mirror modifier. I guess what I'm unsure of is what do I do? No, no, I get it. It's just an offset. That's it. That's all it is. It is now literally just an offset. So I just add it. I take a position and I add it. Okay. So it would just be this. It should just be this. You can tell I'm losing steam on this. Look for distraction. Notice you continue to like emotes beyond the two and absent-mindedly brainstorming ideas. Heck yeah. I've been giving a lot more thought to trying to get like a virtual, like when I stream, having like a VR space people can come into and hang out in. Um, I think I'll probably start spending some time on that this upcoming week because that'd be super cool. I'd love to really have a more direct way to hang out with people. Easy. Okay, so this is actually the same problem we were having before. So the issue then must be not with my world position, but with my comparison. We just take the vector and we add to it. We get the actual position. So 0, the origin, must be just the world vector. Right? That's all we're doing here is taking the position. It couldn't just be X. It would need to be a dot product. That's the issue. Hi. Can't get in here. Maybe someday we make that custom personal avatar. One day. Get out of here, you little. She's just attacking stuff on my desk. Yes, you are. Yes, you are. Yeah. You can always make it a base that you just customize for yourself. At least then you can justify spending the time on it. Hello, Dara. Welcome. Late for work, but sleep straight through an alarm before. Enough belly aching. How's your today? I'm doing good. We're working on some geometry node stuff to finalize some of the claws on the character. Here's a little turkey. Here's a little turkey. No. No. It's Wild Kitty Day. Oscar was being a little speed demon this morning, tearing through the downstairs. Their favorite pastime. Harassment. So if this is the vector there, goes, hey, everything's over here now. So how do I know? I'm pretending to know what that means, but sounds cool, and I fully endorse it. Well, good. Hmm. Should basically have it there. That should basically be all we need. World vector. Is an offset of this. So it's an offset. We have a 0, 0. We rotate it. We only need the rotation, because that's all that matters. Rotate it. And then more like we rotate it back. He's been floated around the dragon circles I'm in. I believe Cyrano was the one that really started popularizing it after they switched Sonos from Shark back to Dragon after getting the moon bang. I'm gonna pretend. Oh. Points at the dragon. Oh, is that the meme? Points at the dragon. Geometry Dash, whatever Sam said he's doing. I don't know, so I don't care what any of that stuff is. I just trust he knows his shit. That's why I threw my wallet at his pretty face. Well, thank you. Gotcha. Dragon! Yeah, I'm adding the shape keys to the claws, but when we have objects that are separated, like into little individual pieces, they're not combining nicely when we bring them back. So I had to figure out if we have an object that's offset, or scaled, or rotated, we can now recover it at the origin, which is good. Actually, no, we're not. We're not recovering it. Ah, okay, therein lies the issue. If we were fully recovering it, this would be zeroed out. So that's it. We want to rotate it back, basically. If I just do scale here. Mm-hmm. See nodes on screen, I zonk out. Geonodes are so powerful, but I still feel like black magic to me. They're evil! Maybe we take the rotation and we invert it. Just like this one. Or actually, we'll have to wait. Black Magic Streamer is going to make a dragon out of me. Guitar solo, more dragons, more better. Yeah, we're doing pretty good on the L Dragons. We've got quite a few different features. I made that video, so you saw most of it. I wonder why we're rotating at all. Close. Oh, so close. Okay, wait. What if we need to rotate it first, then scale? Plus side, when you go to make those D&D dragon models, I heard you were saying you want to do it for Resonite and stuff. Figure out it's going to be go gangbusters for smoothing out that process. Yeah, I'm loving Blender because you can really just make such custom workflows. I think that's definitely my favorite part of it. Oh, okay. Ah, it's because we were subtracting. Okay. Good. 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 Have to rotate. We do have to rotate again. If I don't rotate, wrong spot. Something like that. Um, hmm. It is a rotate vector. Ugh, matrices! Curse you, matrices! Uh, hmm. So it needs to rotate the same way. If I zero out the rotation here, that's ideal. But it basically, when we re-rotate it, it should rotate back. That's ideally what should happen. Um, so this is the center here. This is, no, it has to be this. So right here, this is basically the normalized, this is the world space vector right here. H. All right, group them again. The G now. Group. Group. No, interesting. I thought we could frame. How do I frame it? Frame, Shift A, frame selected. Ah, I see. So this is again world space vector. rotate. Seems like it should be easy, but it's not. It actually would have been great if this wasn't a field. Can I force this to not be a field? I guess no matter what, we're deriving it from discrete values. We should be getting a discrete value out. We are. That is the vector right there. So that's a directionality. Okay, this is actually a lot simpler than I'm thinking. Because the rotation is just the opposite of this. Multiply these by -1. So we're doing an opposite rotation. We're inverting that rotation. And we take the position and we vector rotate the position by this vector at that offset. Yeah, at that offset. That should be the world position. 3. Man, it feels so close. We invert the scale. Let's gasp. Oh. So close. Okay. Uh, scale. Duh. Okay. Have to be. Or do I subtract it after? Oh, I did it. Thank God. That was annoying. Yeah, I want to change this to position offset vector. Well, no, I just. Damn, so close. I swear I just had it snapped to it. If the scale is 0. So that gives me a pretty important clue there. Probably exactly this. Gorgeous. And just to confirm, if we put something on this side, okay, very useful to be able to take an object, reconstruct it. I like it. Um, it's actually a replacement for what I was just doing. So I don't know why, but I can't see the face orientation. It seems disabled for some reason. Over here. Okay, so normals are the right way. Even better news. So now what we would need is we've recovered the actual position, which is most important. And it should just be a vector. So another lifespan was absolute engineer. Why do a thing once when you can design an automated system to handle all future cases arbitrarily? Exactly. That's why I picked you, lol. Well, good. It is super satisfying to be able to make stuff like this. All right. So that was kind of step one, just getting the world position. And then this creates this offset vector. Or it's better to say this only repositions things. What I would still want to know is the directions here. I want these vectors. So we want the axes, directions, and the world center. And then I'm going to rename, world position. Okay. And then locations really easily. You just scale it. Negatively. Call this world origin. Let's actually test that a little bit. So, let's say UV sphere. Point. Here, just a little offset. We need more than that. That's it. Again, it is just a vector. I keep thinking it's like a rotation. Just is what it is. If it's zero, it's zero. Because it's taking the actual position. If I just left that blank, it'd be zero, which is up here. Okay, cool. It's beginning to make more sense to me. So we don't even need the origin necessarily, as doesn't make any sense. Directions. I mean, I still would like that to be an actual position though. Yeah. I would still want to be able to put it there just by dragging something out. Scheme will work for that. Oh, almost works for it. It never gets quite close enough. It's the same thing. It would literally just be okay. Good. That makes more sense. World position is literally the position value, position uh, field. Yeah, okay, we can see this. Position, and this one should be world vector. World offset vector, which is what I had before. In terms of naming, didn't work, but so even though I can move this one around, let's say I could delete the geometry. the direction. So if I wanted the axis, it would just be this value, subtract Mhm. Yeah. So we take the vector. What we want is a direction. That could work. Not exact though. Hmm. Okay, I see it. Something like cross product. And that would be our direction. Excuse me. Have this angle offset. That would be in the middle. Gotta be cross product. Um, so, okay. So we take the position, do this. We do a dot product between the two. And if that is greater 0, delete it. Not quite. Project offset vector. Okay. Actually, I would want to include the origin. This is the origin right here. The origin. Just an offset value. The vector, it's just pointing. It's not gonna make a difference. One directions. It's really only the rotation that matters. Because yes. Gotcha. Okay. Here's what we do. So we get a vector. And we do want these other values. Might as well include. To make sure this is tied to self object. Transform. So we have them all. Transform, location scale. Might as well include the geometry. Okay. So what we do is we take our vector, let's just say x, and we rotate the vector. What is that rotation? It is exactly this rotation. And then this is our comparison. A bit better, a bit better. There's still something missing. Offsetting it. So we can take that and then add. It's getting there. Kind of some directionality to it now. Pointing. Scale doesn't matter. Maybe we just add in the location here. No, it has to be. So close. Right, it's just the angle. So of course, that is actually working. What we made is working. Definitely the position. Not sure about dot product now. It's position. Oh, duh. Okay. Yeah, it's world position. World position with a vector ugh, why is this hard? This needs to be on the other side. The other side of that object. There's basically a plane that exists. Actually, it was correct. Right. So this is correct. What's incorrect is um, where we're making the comparison. See, for 6 man, I didn't realize it'd be so much work when I casually asked for it. Direction. Yeah, it's working now. Maybe. This should be deleting. Okay, the rotation. So we got this point in the middle. We got this point here. We had the angle going this way. Then we rotate it. That's why. You can't define a plane with just one vector. So I need two directions, at least, or the full axis here. Ooh, felt good. This will work, but it's goofy. Okay, so what we're going to do is make a plane. Oh, yep. Let's set that to 2. And so this is our geometry normally. Right here. Nothing's different about it. This is standardly how it looks. And this we'll call our z-plane. Z plane. And then we'll rotate geometry. Normal. This one will be 90 on the y. This is our x-plane. Really wish I could get fixed orientation to work. Not sure why it's not. Finally, take this one. And on the z, rotate that one 90. Oh, okay. We do have face orientation. Let's say negative 90. Oh, that's right. Positive up, positive x, positive y. All right. Store named attribute. I'm going to store this on the face. It'll be an integer, and we'll call this plane direction plane. All right. 0. 1. Okay. We got our little direction plane. So move it around, rotate it, all that jazz. If we wanted to, we could set its position based on its world position. So try that geometry here. And voila, see, now we got perfection. Okay. And that's perfectly at the origin. So the reason we're doing this instead of a vector is because we have centers. That's really it. We just need a line. We could use a line for all the other ones. No, this is simpler. I'm going to get rid of this garbage so I can remember what to do. So for our main geometry, all this. I'd like to just join it together so we can see it. Beautiful. So what we can do is delete geometry. That, since we've already set the position here, we would just be able to say, I'm going to tuck this all into this node in a little bit. Take this. Say separate. Separate geometry. No. Just sample. Sample geometry. Sample nearest surface. Perfect. Sample group ID. We would want use our named attribute direction plane, and then we could just put in whatever integer we want. So in this case, x well, that's kind of annoying. XYZ is the standard formatting, so I'm actually going to set this to 2. I believe this is the x plane here because we flip it. So it's x. So this will be 0. This one is y. So it'll be 1. X, Y, Z. Goofy. So we want to sample. So that'd be 0. Integer. And what are we getting? We are getting the normal. We can just use, I guess we'll use true normal just in case. Those are just simple planes. But if we position and location. So from its current position to the center, I think we went the other way. We went from the center to the position. We want a dot product with that and the true normal, this value we sampled. That's what will determine what to delete. So close. I think I did it. Yeah, I did it. Oh, thank God. Okay, so now we have a comparison. Oh, it's already 2:15. Goodness. Wow. Wow, nothing speeds up time like geometry nodes. Now, right now I just dropped in dot product. I didn't actually make a comparison. So we would want to say greater than 0, probably. Less than 0. So that way we're deleting only on one side. That is beautiful, gorgeous. Okay. So almost all of this we would actually kind of want to tuck into here. Call this direction planes. It's nice. It's beautiful. It's powerful. Mm. Okay. We have our direction planes. We set the position to the world. We can sample each of these for a dot product. We only got about another 20 minutes or so. So, 1, 3 of these. So we take this vector, bottom, or no. Okay. No, it's just the same thing. Bam. And then the dot product's what's different. So this stays the same for all of them. But we can plug in this one to the top of all of them. Okay. And that's a less than for all of them as well. That's it. We don't have to delete it here. That's what we're doing, but that's not where we'll delete. We got our direction planes. I'm going to take a little quick screenshot of this. I'll make it ginormous. Okay. Then we're going to take all this, Control X, up in here, paste here. Ah, beautiful. Copy. I guess we can't reference what's gone. So the first thing is the world offset vector is what we connect here. And then the world position is what we connect here. And then we go through all that stuff. And we can drop these at the end. And what are those? Those are our output, right? So this will be X positive position. Positive position. And Z positive position. All extremely useful stuff. Oh, wait, it's a shift plus. Shift. Oh, cool. That's fine. Shift P. There we go. Let's go back up. So that is our world position. It's got a lot more information than I initially expected. We don't need any geometry to come out of this, though. Like, we do have the object info. It's not where I want it to be referenced. Unused output. That's just because it's not minimized. So that means that we can get rid of this stuff. Because now all of that's tucked away in this one node where we go, is it X positive? And if so, delete it. Beautiful. All right. So now that we've done that, we actually want to include it in this node. And all we need to do is, if it's X positive, then that's here. And if it's not, then it's actually going here. Okay. Beautiful. So we go back to the dragon. And so for the claw, foot claw, we can see how broken on this side. And that's why we needed to do all this. It's the values were not getting properly configured because it wasn't taking into account access. So a little bit of, let's see if it works. It's working on some levels. So let me go back to here. I can tell that my object is work is on the X positive. It's actually backwards. X positive position. If it's true, it should have been deleting it. So these can be renamed a little. X negative position. Because it'll output true if it's in an X, Y, or Z negative position. Very useful. So we swap this to Y. And then, of course, Z. Okay, beautiful. So in here, We haven't flipped it yet. But for the X position, that's the comparison we're sending. So we just want to do this. So is it in the X negative position? Yes, then we will flip the vector by this value. Let's review the clause themselves. Make sure no duplicates, good. Flipping it, and we are targeting the correct attribute name. Mm -hmm. Attribute. It hasn't been applied yet. The mirror has been made. This is now a comparison with, regardless of origin, it should take that value and flip it. But the location is not yet applied. The location's not applied. Find the shape key right then and there. That's funny because it works on the other ones. If I go the body, and we got this shape keys, the clock, and we can so clearly see its value. But why is this the... Oh, because no, we're just using the X positive. It's perfect. Just in case, let's pop in, take a look at the object reference. Direction planes, self-object, self-object. Okay, good. That's what we want. Try that one more time. Actually, just going to toggle that really quick. All right, 2:30. We're going to stop it just a little bit. Hmm. Just going to test it a little bit more directly. It's clearly working. You can see it getting demolished by the side. It's just not gonna be able to cross that. That's what's expected. So the issue then must be how this is getting calculated. So what we're imagining we're doing is we're taking this vector here, that might do it. Yeah, so the vector is positive. It's going to spin to match the rotation of the object. Okay. So just to confirm, if I go back here, move this, we get correct results. On one side. Hmm. I see. I don't see. Why is it not there at all now? What the fuck? That would certainly make things a little different. Okay. Now it's behaving as it should. Save. Good. So if we go back to here, and I add on to this. Ooh. Selection. Attribute. Okay. There's a bug in Blender. Great. Actual, just honest to God bug in Blender. Great. So whenever I use this geometry node to access my attribute that I've made, after I've accessed it, that attribute seems to disappear from the data. It's here, but it becomes inaccessible. Um, Rapid update. How can I get around that right now? I need to first put the shape key back. So we'll link the object data. And then single user one more time. And for all of these, we'll just set them to 0. Or, sorry, we will not do that. Select them. For attributes to shape keys. I don't know if that does all of them. Nope. Attribute to shape key. Shape key. Attribute to shape key. Okay. So now each of them does the thing, but set it back to 0 for now. Should still do the thing. They do the thing. And now when we apply it, everything should be zeroed properly. That should just work. I'm not using any modifiers, so the bug isn't going to kill my process. I just have to make sure that these are put back. Yeah, it's shape keys, so I guess I don't actually have to. It should take care of that just fine, but just in case. So funny, I don't. It's because the mirror is before. All right, we're gonna call it there. There's some sort of bug in Blender, and it's being a big old bee. I don't know what's going on, but we'll have to solve it. Let's take a look at that over the weekend. But once we get back to the swing of things, I expect to be done with at least everything we can finish on the dragon, probably by Monday. And from there, we'll move on to some other commissions, stuff like that. But everyone, thank you all for hanging out. I got to go get ready to move. Not move, but just get on the move. So thank you for hanging out. Dara, hope you're having a great day. Wendy, hope you're having a great one as well. Anyone else that's lurking out there, thank you all for hanging out with me. Hope you're all having an amazing Friday, a fantastic weekend. I'll see you soon. This feature is literally just not possibly actual Blender bugs we can talk about mixing it. It's we can make it happen. We can make it happen for sure. It's just a different process than it usually is. But I'll catch you later.